feet or so, 223 high, well covered with fine timber, and inhabited, so some of the numerous woodcutters we met told us, by wild goats, sheep, deer, and snow leopards. Glacial Lake and Mora Ines at the source of the Zeni. We reached the temple before noon. It is a two-storied, flat-roofed building built on the rock. In the rock underneath the temple there is a fissure about 15 feet long and 6 feet broad, and varying in height from 3 to 6 feet. In this there is a little chapel where the image of Padmasambhava, flanked by 2 female attendants, is to be seen. In the building above are images of a host of deities and saints, as also that of King Tizrong. The books I looked at in the temple belonged to the Nyingma sect, and were of no special interest. Leaving Chimphug after a couple of hours' rest, we returned to Samai by another road, passing 3 little temples, or rather 224 hermitages, where Indian pundits are said to have lived in times of yore. Flocks of pigeons were hovering about them, and walnut and willow trees grew around, giving them a peaceful and secluded appearance. The sands are slowly but surely burying Samai, and a large portion of the town, including some of the temples, is already lost under them. There is a prophecy attributed to Padmasambhava, to the effect that Samai will be engulfed in the sands, and it is in a fair way of being accomplished. November 1 I again visited the Wutset. The principal room in the Gongkang, upper hall, is full of all kinds of weapons and armor sacred to the gods, protectors of religion, Dharmapalas. In the beautiful temple of Be'er and Noijin Hamarat 22 is a room called the Wukang, where the breath of the dying is kept in a jar specially consecrated to this purpose. 23 A few notes on the famous Lamasery of Samai and Padmasambhava find place here. The temple was built by King Tizrong Ditsan, whose capital was on the hill of Haboy-Arai, just south of where Samai now stands, at the suggestion of the Indian sage Santarukshita, and with the assistance of Padmasambhava, the originator of monasticism in Tibet. 24 It was a copy of the great temple of Odantapura in central India. Its 3 stories were each in a different style of architecture, one Tibetan, another Indian, and the third Chinese, so it was after a while given the name of Sanyang or 3 styles, which in Tibetan is pronounced Samai. 25 Though it was originally named Mijai Ural Hungruptsagal Hakang, the temple of the unalterable mass of perfection. 225 Both Santarukshita and Padmasambhava were unable, on account of the open hostility of the Bonbo, to remain long in Tibet. It is said by some that the latter sage remained there 6 years, others make his sojourn there 18 years, after which he returned to India, but, however long he stayed, he firmly implanted mysticism in Tibet. King Tizrong gathered together at Samai sacred images and treasures from India and the borderlands of China, but of all the collections made here the most valuable was the great library of Indian works, of which Atisha, who visited Samai in the 11th century, said that there were more Indian books here than in the great Indian convents of Buddhagaya, Vikramashala, and Odantapura united. Samai has experienced, since the days of its foundation, many vicissitudes. It was partly destroyed by King Langdharma 26 and again later on by other followers of the old religion. Then it was partially destroyed by an earthquake, in 1749, and in 1808, the Wutsa itself was destroyed by fire. 27 To rebuild it the people of Tibet gave 100,000 ounces of silver, and the Shape-Shot Adon Dubdorhi, who had charge of the works, occupied 500 workmen for 7 years in reconstructing the temple. Again, in 1850, an earthquake caused great damage to the temple, the dome fell in and the frescoes, floors, etc., were irreparably injured. But the damage was again repaired by means of public subscriptions and grants from the state, amounting together to about 175,000 ounces of silver in value. 226 On November 2 I left Samai for a visit to Yarlung, the early home of the first Tibetan kings, if tradition is to be believed. The road we followed led eastward, over a sandy plain and by numerous villages, the most important of which was Du, until we reached Tagasho, around which were many walnut, taga, peach, plum, poplar, and willow trees, all planted with great regularity. 29 Here we put up, in the house of a friend of our guide, who himself was from the neighboring village of Du. I was pleased to find mutton selling here at a very low price, a result of the presence of a party of Hordokpa from Radeng 30 who had brought large quantities of salt, wool, and meat. Their yaks were the largest I have seen in Tibet. Leaving Tagasho the next morning, we passed by the ruins of Tagasho, probably at one time the residence of the kings of the Phagmodu dynasty, who derived their name probably from a village nearby still called Phagmodu. 31 Near this place, in a commanding position, is the Lamasery of Nari Tatsung, founded by the Dalai Lama Gedung Gyatso. At the village of Jong 32 we began the ascent of the steep hill on whose summit is the old Lamasery of Densatil, the principal building nestled amidst frowning crags, on which grow here and there a few firs and juniper trees. In the adjacent cliffs were numerous caves for recluses. This temple differs somewhat from all other buildings of this kind. 227 I have seen in Tibet, the plan of it approaching rather that of a modern public building in Bengal. I noticed here 18 beautiful silver and copper chorten, the finest specimens of such metal work I have seen. 6 tablets of gold, each 6 feet long and 6 inches broad, hung from the ceiling, besides 6 piles of similar but smaller tablets in a corner. Of all the monasteries in Tibet, this is perhaps the richest in religious treasures. 33 And the government of Lhasa takes particular care of it. Among the curious objects placed before the images of the gods in the principal temple, I saw some bowls filled with various kinds of seed and some fossils, among which some grains of barley. The next day we resumed our journey. The road at first led through a forest said to have sprung from the hairs of Je Phagmodu, the founder of the Densatil Lamasery. 34 All the way to Samdub Phodang, the capital of the Phagmodu kings, was a gentle descent over gravel and mica-schist rock. Crossing a fine wooden bridge about 50 yards long, with railings running along either side, we found ourselves in the principal street of the town, in which a large number of Dokpa traders were camped under some walnut trees. The 3-storied castle, once a royal residence, is now occupied by the Jongpan and the 2 Tsadung from Lhasa. Samdub Phodang is now a Ganshi, or crown domain of Lhasa. A few miles beyond this town we came to the Sangri Kamar Lamasery 35 situated on a beautiful eminence overlooking the Tsungpo, whose surface is broken here by huge masses of rock. Around the great Lamasery stretched broad fields of barley, now ripe for the sickle, and the beauty of the crops surpassed anything I have ever seen in Tibet. Here at Sangri Kamar once lived Saint Makaglabdran 36 and 228 incarnation of Aryatara. I visited the cell she lived in, and saw her tomb and an image of her. There are now 2 ascetics living here, who have made vows never to come out nor to speak a word so long as they live. When I approached them they smiled and seemed pleased with the little present I made them. The beadle who accompanied me said they had been immured in their cells for 10 years. Resuming our journey, we passed by Sangri Jong, and following a narrow path, scarcely a yard wide, overhanging the eddying river, reached Logong Ferry, 37 but, though we shouted for an hour to the boatmen on the other side, we could not get them to come over for us, so we had to return to the village of Jong at the western base of the Densatil mountain. Here we got lodgings for the night in the house of the headman. November 5 A little before dawn we left Jong and made for the Nango 38 ferry. There is an iron suspension bridge at this place, but it is so much out of repair that it cannot be crossed over, and we were ferried across in a large boat, together with a number of traders and their donkeys. The river is very narrow here, scarcely 100 yards in breadth. Passing through the village of Kaungar, we entered Tsetang 39, the capital of Yarlung, and formerly a place of great importance. Our guide procured lodgings for us in the house of a woman whose husband, a Kashmiri, had died a year or so before and who was now living alone with her husband's son. The Kashmiri, received us very kindly, but after a short conversation with me he became alarmingly suspicious of my true character, and kept continually turning the conversation to the Sahib logs, Englishmen, he had known at Kathmandu, and the greatness of the Ingrez Maharani, Queen of England. As often as he spoke of these 229 subjects, so often did I rejoin with some inquiry about Buddhism or a lamasery I wished to visit. I soon began to feel excessively nervous, and told my men that we had better leave Tsetang as soon as possible, but Furchung assured me that I need have no fear, that furthermore the ponies absolutely required rest, so that we must stay here a few days. Cambridge on the Runjit River. The day after our arrival at Tsetang I went on the roof of our house, and was able to see a broad stretch of the surrounding country. To the north of the town was the Gonpoi Ri, one of the favorite resorts of Shenrazig, Avalokiteswara, and where, according to tradition, the Monkey King and the Goblin raised their family of monkeys, from which ultimately descended the Tibetan race. 4230 There are 4 lama series around Tsetang, and in the town are some 15 Nepalese, 20 Chinese, and 10 Kashmiri shops, besides native traders from all parts of Tibet. Mutton and butter were abundant, but barley, though cheap, is of inferior quality. I left Tsetang on November 17 for a visit to the Yarlung Valley and its monuments. A short distance to the south of Tsetang we passed through Dongjong, where resides the Jongpan of this district, and which used to be a royal city of the Phagmodu kings. Save the lamasery of Benja, little remains but ruins to attest its past importance. Following up the course of the Yarlung River, we came after a few miles to the temple of Tandub, one of those said to have been built in the 7th century by King Srongtsan Gambo, and to which a monastery was later on added by Tazrongditsan. It is a copy, on a small scale, of the Jokang of Lhasa, and contains many objects of interest to the pious pilgrim. 3 hours' ride from Tandub brought us to Ombul Hakang 41, the most ancient of Tibetan palaces. It is situated on the side of a range of bare hills, and is about 100 yards from the village of Ombu, which derives its name from the number of ombu trees, tamarisks, which grow around it. Ombul Hakang, though it has temples and shrines, is more properly a kind of memorial hall. The images in it are not those of gods and saints, but of kings, nobles, and ministers. The building itself is a curious mixture of the Indian and Tibetan styles of architecture, and the interior arrangement of the rooms and their decorations were unlike those of Tibetan buildings. The rooms, I may add, all face eastward. After taking our lunch under a tamarisk tree, we remounted our ponies and rode on to Phodangjong, the most ancient town in Tibet. As all the kings of the dynasty which sprang from this place bore the title of Choskil, or Catholic Majesty, this town is also called Choskil Phodang. The present chief of this place claims descent from this very ancient line, but even his own people do not believe much in his pretended genealogy. 231 A few miles over gently rising ground brought us by sunset to the top of a hill, on which is situated the Tagtsan Bumba, or Dome of Good Omens. 42 We were kindly received by the young monk in charge of the shrine, who presented me with a basket of splendid white potatoes, which vegetable he assured me had grown around this place from time immemorial. 43 November 8 We left before daylight, and, crossing the Yarlung, reached the Ration Lamasery on the top of a steep hill, where we gained admittance after a good deal of trouble, the keeper being away and the incarnate Lama, Ration, confined in a cell performing certain vows. A little below the monastery we were shown the cave in which the original Ration, the greatest of Milaraspa's disciples, dwelt for 3 years, 3 months, and 3 days. 44 We rested here for a while, and then went to the village of Ration at the foot of the hill, where we found good lodgings for the night in the house of an old acquaintance of our guide, Gopan. Formerly this broad valley of Yarlan, or Gondang Tang, was covered with innumerable populous villages, and in no other part of Tibet was there such opulence. But one day the snows melting on the Yarl Hashampo and torrential rains caused a mighty flood which submerged the whole plain for many days. The villages were utterly destroyed, and the people all perished, and when the waters had retired a deep deposit of sand covered everything. In course of time the country was reclaimed, and has now reached a certain degree of prosperity, but it has never recovered its primitive flourishing state. The next day we rode across the northern slope of the Shadag Mountains, or Black Crystal, Sheltag, thus called from the glistening black rocks exposed to view along the road 45, and after a few miles came to the great cemetery which adjoins the Lamasery of Yarlan Shadag. Furchung and Gopan rolled themselves on the 232 blood-stained stone slab, on which corpses are cut up, and mumbled some mantra. In this Lamasery there live 40 monks and as many nuns. 46 Their children are brought up to the professions of their parents. This arrangement has been sanctioned by the Nyingma Church, as the Lamasery was so lonely that no monks could be induced to reside in it till this privilege was conceded them. Beyond this Lamasery the trail led along the edge of a precipice where we passed a number of little cells occupied by hermits, or Tsampa, who, as we passed, stretched out their hands for alms through the little opening left in the front of their dens. Some of these men had been immured 5 years, and many of them had also made vows of silence. A little way beyond this point, and about 500 feet below the summit of the hill, we reached the cell of Padma Samhava, near which is a chapel called the Upper Lhakang of Shadag. The keeper led us to a heavy door under a huge rock. Unlocking it we entered the cavern, which is held the most sacred shrine of the Nyingma sect. In it I saw a silver reliquary in which is kept a silver image of the saint, representing him as a boy of 12. There was a plate before the image filled with rings, earrings, turquoises, pieces of amber, gold, and silver coins, the offerings of pilgrims. Passing the Shadag, we came to the village of Zekangshika, and thence by a gentle descent we reached the famed temple of Tsandanul Hakang, the temple of sandalwood and turquoise. It was thus called, it is said, because that its founder, King Srong Tsangambo, only used in building it sandalwood, and that the blue tiles which covered it were glazed with melted turquoises. 47 It is a rather Chinese-looking structure, but one of the handsomest I have seen in Tibet. Every month 6 monks come here from Tsetang to hold service. A very short distance to the west of the sanctuary is the Lha Ri, or the Mountain of the Descent, of the King or God, Lha 233 having both meanings, where the first king of Tibet, Nyakrit Sanpo, was seen for the first time by Tibetans. There is a little plateau on this hill, called the King's Plain, or Tsantang, where a temple has been built called the Tsantang Lhakang. 48 Bridge at Bri, near Yang Yang. Leaving this interesting spot behind, we rode on across the fields which the peasants were plowing and irrigating for the autumn crops, and came, after a few hours, to the sanctuary of Gadan Namgyal Ling, where Tsongkhapa took his final vows of monkhood. 234 It is a fine building in the midst of a grove of trees, through which flows a brook. From this point we retraced our steps to Tsetang, which we reached the same day, recrossing the Yarlang Chu by a long stone bridge near the monastery of Tsekogpa, where we saw a number of the monks bathing in the river. The Yarlung Valley appeared to me to be a most prosperous one, the people gentle and good-natured. The soil produces grain and fruit in greater abundance than any other part of Tibet. Chang, butter, meat, oil, barley, wheat, and fuel were everywhere plentiful. On November 10 we left Tsetang, on the return journey to Tashil Hunpo. We forded the Yarlung River, in which there was but little water, nearly all of it having been drawn off by irrigation ditches higher up the valley, and passing to the villages of Yangta and Jayarpal, we came to the old sanctuary of Yarlung, called the Chiazul Hakang, or the resting place of birds' temple, for the vast flocks of birds 49 which pass here in their migrations make it a resting place. It is situated on the banks of the Tsungpo, and is a finely built and well-kept edifice, with a courtyard and beautifully frescoed walls. The image of Sakya Buddha in the temple is said to be made with an alloy of gold, silver, copper, and iron. Following the bank of the Tsungpo, through heavy sands or over low hills, we came towards evening to Chinkoling, a secluded and desolate little hamlet, the houses surrounded by low walls of stone to keep off the drifting sands, and here we put up for the night. The next morning there was a heavy fog, quite a rare phenomenon in these parts when we started. We breakfasted at the little fisher village of Dongsho 50, and a mile or so beyond this entered a well-cultivated valley containing numerous villages and fine trees. Near the first village we came to stands the monastery of Kongdakog. 51 We reached, before evening, the famous Nying Malamazuri of Mindal Ling, in a dale opening on the west side of the valley. A little below it is a very large village, where we found, after some difficulty, accommodation in the house of a well-to-do man. 235 The next day we visited the temple, which is very beautiful, though the Lamazuri itself has never recovered from the pillage by the Jungars in the 17th century, and the Nyingma 52 church being at present, moreover, persecuted by the dominant Gelugpa, no longer enjoys its former wealth. The neatness of the stonework and the finish of all the masonry about the temple were very remarkable, and the courtyard was regularly paved with stone slabs. To the south of the monastery is the residence of the abbot, who is always selected from the Tirtalingpa family, in which this office is hereditary. 53 I left Mindal Ling on November 12, returned to the Tsungpo, and reached the village of Cho by dusk. Quite early the next morning we entered Ketsho, where our route joined that we had taken when going to Samai. We left Ketsho by daylight the next morning, and continuing along the bank of the Tsungpo, crossed the long meadow of Dingnaga, which is covered with a fine, short, moss-like sod. Then passing through the villages of Kiashang, Panza, and Gyatuling, we came to where the Gonkar Mountains abut on the river. On their farther side is the town of Gonkar 54, still surrounded by imposing, though ruined walls. Here, after much difficulty, we managed to obtain shelter in the house of a fisherman, who gave us leave to pass the night in a hovel half filled with yak hides. He and his wife were very kind to us, and looked, to the best of their ability, after our wants and those of our ponies. We resumed our journey at 4 in the morning, and pushed on slowly and with considerable difficulty, for the path was over rocks, in places overhanging the roaring river. At daybreak we passed by the village of Shiatiling, and shortly after the sun pierced the fog which had enveloped us. A low col, called Yabla, was next passed, and we joined the high road between Lhasa and Shigatse, which I 236 have previously described. We stopped for the night at Tamalung. The next day, November 16, we reached Paltijong. On the 18th, a mile or so to the west of Omatang, where we had passed the night, we fell in with the Chinese Amban and his train on their way to Lhasa. First came numerous parties on horseback, then about 300 men on foot carrying all the paraphernalia common to Chinese processions, and finally the Amban's chair carried by Chinese and 16 Tibetans, the latter only holding strings attached to the poles to show that they were assisting in the work. 2 Chinese armed with whips kept the way clear. On November 24 I found myself once more at Tashil Hunpo, and immediately set to work to prepare for a trip to Sakya, from whence it was my intention to proceed directly to India. A day or so after my arrival I was delighted at the receipt of a passport from the new Shape of Shigatse, permitting me to proceed to India and return to Tibet. It had been obtained at the instance of my friend, the minister. 237 1 It is a shrub, Simplacos, common in Sikkim. See Hooker, Himalayan Journals, 2. 41 So, Ortsos, is not, I believe, the Tibetan name of the plant, but only means dye. WR, upward arrow 2C infra, p. 256, the details there given do not quite agree with what he says on this occasion. WR, upward arrow 3 Our author gives several pages of text on the ethics, etc., of the Bonbo, but they are so technical that I have been obliged to omit them. The Bonbo terminology used by him is practically the same as that of the Lamas. He tells us that the Bonbo are divided into 6 sects, the most popular of which is the Tu Lug, to which the people of the Changtang and Gayad belong. The Shentsung Lug is the second in importance. See also Supra, 208, WR, upward arrow 4 Ta, horse, lung, valley. On the name Yamdokso, see Jern. Booth. Text. SOC of India, 4. PT 3. P.T, WR, upward arrow 5 The Choikirtsa of the map, WR, upward arrow 6 Certain dancers represent the celestial musicians or Kinara, called in Tibetan Mi Ham Chi. These are probably what SCD refers to. Rio Tag Jong of the map, WR, upward arrow 7 Probably Nyemalung of the map, WR, upward arrow 8 Called Lobuletin Jong on the maps, WR, upward arrow 9 Tangda of the maps, WR, upward arrow 10 Tun Nam Jialing Jong of the maps. Altitude 12,430 feet, WR, upward arrow 11 Tibetans from northeast Tibet. These were more probably Changpa from the Changtang, for the Horba do not bring salt to central Tibet, WR, upward arrow 12 Kadesh Ho Jong of the maps. AK, who passed through it the same year, only a fortnight before our author, calls it Katishio Jong. He says there are about 1,000 houses in it. Report on the Explorer made by AK, P84, WR, upward arrow 13 Shanpa means boatman, not boat, WR, upward arrow 14 Tachi and Lu, on the border of Shi Chen. The Dorhe tag, Ardiorje Brag, Lamazari has given its name to a sect. See Waddell, OPCIT, 73. Upward arrow 15 This seems to be the same custom as obtains in eastern Tibet, where all corpses are kept until the crops have been reaped, and then either fed to vultures, burned or otherwise disposed of. See Land of the Lamas, p. 286. The text is not quite clear, for it does not state whether or not the corpses are kept permanently in the houses of the parents, WR, upward arrow 16 called Tsangka on the maps. All this route was again gone over by Ujien Gyatso in 1883. See Report on Explorations from 1856 to 1886, p. 28 ETSQQ. He says, p. 29, that the river at Tsangka is over a mile broad. King Meagtsams was the father of Tizrongdi Tsen, of whom our author has so often occasion to speak. He reigned over Tibet in the latter half of the 7th century, A.D. WR, upward arrow 17 The Gokur Law crossed by Nain Singh in 1873. Deshan Jong is on the Kyi Chu, a day's journey east of Lhasa, WR, upward arrow 18 Chima, by Ma, means sand, Nagsha probably means black. WR, upward arrow 19 I cannot conceive how a Chorten can resemble a Dorhi, Vajra. The comparison is not a happy one. WR, upward arrow 20 perhaps she came from Litang. The women there wear a large silver plaque on either side of the head, which meet over the crown in a point, so that, from a distance, the headdress looks not unlike a pointed cap. WR, upward arrow 21 These are the subjects usually seen in such frescoes throughout Tibet and Mongolia. WR, upward arrow 22 Better must be Bihar Gyalpo, one of the 5 great patron saints or Chuchyong, of Tibet. Noijen Hamara may be the god of wealth. WR, upward arrow 23 Wukang would appear to mean central room or house. I have never heard of bottling up the breath or spirit of the dead among any Buddhist people. This must be a survival of some pre-Buddhist superstition. WR, upward arrow 24 Tibetan historians inform us that Padma Samhava, Pemchayung Nas, was called to Tibet from Kafiristan, Orchian, by Santarukshata, Djiwatso, who could not withstand the onslaught of the Bonbos. See Emil Schlagentweit, Die Konige von Tibet, p. 52 ETSQQ. Upward arrow 25 written Psam yes. I do not believe that this interpretation of the word Samai is correct. San Yang, it is true, means 3 styles in Chinese, but Chinese Yang would never be pronounced Ye in Tibetan. Waddell, OPCIT, 266, translates the name, the Academy for obtaining the heap of unchanging meditation. Nain Singh visited Samai, he calls it Samayagamba, in 1873. It is surrounded by a very high circular wall, 1½ mile in circumference, with gates facing the 4 points of the compass. On the top 225 of this wall the pundit counted 1030 chartans, chorten, made of burnt bricks. The interiors of the stone walls of these temples are covered with very beautiful writing in enormous Hindi, Sanskrit, characters, Zhuoroi. Geographic SOC, Slayai. p. 114. Sharad Chandra says that a work, entitled Pamakathang, Pemkatang, contains a full description of this famous Lamazari. See also Waddell, OPCIT, 266-268. Upward arrow 26 This iconoclast, who appears to have been born in AD 861, interdicted the Buddhist religion in Tibet in 899, and was murdered in 900. Sikh Soma, Tib. Grammar, p. 183. Cf. Emil Schlagentweit, OPCIT, p. 59, and I. J. Schmidt, Geschichte Ostmongolen, pages 49, 362, ETSQQ. In the last work is the history of the murder of the king by the hermit, Lhalung Palgai Dorhi. It agrees with what our author has told us supra, p. 153, when describing the origin of the Black Hat Dance, WR, upward arrow 27 our author says, only in the year Fire Tiger of the 13th cycle, and again, after a period of 10 years, in the month of May, Fire Tiger of the 14th cycle. This is impossible, as Fire Tiger is the 3rd year in the cycle of 60 years. Assuming the first date to be correct, the second must be AD 1808. Waddell, OPCIT, 267, says the library was destroyed about 1816, WR, upward arrow 28 Nain Singh speaks of a town called Sa, where the Tibetan treasury is kept. See Markham's Tibet, Peak 8. This is Samai. Explorer AK passed here in October, 226 1882, but his notes contain nothing about this celebrated place. Ujien Gyatso visited it in October, 1883, but his report also contains little of interest. See Report on Exploration from 1856 to 1886, pages 28, 29. Xoma, Tib. Grammar, p. 183, says it was founded AD 749. Cf. Emil Schlagentweit, Die Konige von Tibet, p. 53. Sanang Sitzen, I.J. Schmidt, Geschichte der Ostmongolen, p. 41, says the building of the temple was begun in AD 811, and finished in 823. The date given by Xoma is probably correct, as King Tizrongditsan's father was a contemporary of the Tang Emperor Changtsung, who reigned in 684. Tizrong reigned from 740 to 786. He was born, according to Xoma, AD 728, Wr. Upward arrow 29. Ujien Gyatso also speaks of the woods and gardens, and especially the walnut trees of this section of country. He refers also to the excellent roads. See Report on the Explorer from 1856 to 1886, p. 28. AK speaks of the village of Du as Dushio. So, Shio, means village, and is an abbreviation from Grongso, Prince Drongso, Wr. Upward arrow 30. There is a reedying gamba on the big broad between Lhasa and Xining, not far from Nagchuka. The party referred to may have come from this neighborhood, though the Dokpa of that region are not Horba, Wr. Upward arrow 31. Fame above of the maps, Wr. Upward arrow 32. Jang on the maps, Wr. Upward arrow 33. Quoting from the Dzamling Yashe, our author says elsewhere that there are here 18 silver tombs of the successive Phagmodu Lama Rinpoche. Upward arrow 34. Trees sprung from the hair of saints or deities are frequently found in Tibet and in other Buddhist countries. The most famous is the white sandalwood tree of Kumbum, described by Huck and other travelers. Chandra Das tells us, Supra, p. 117, of a juniper within the walls of Tashil Hunpo, which had sprung from the hair of Gadun Dub, the first Panchen Rinpoche. Explorer Ujien Gyatso, Report on Explorer from 1856 to 1886, p. 28, refers also to the Densadal forest. Xoma, Tib. Gram, p. 185, says the Den Satel, monastery was founded in AD 1156, Wr. Upward arrow 35. The Dzamling Yashe calls it Zangri Kang March, SCD, upward arrow 36. Elsewhere called Labkai Idonma, SCD, upward arrow 37. From Sangri Kamar the traveler turned westward along the river bank till he came in front of Logong, or Lukong 2, where there is a ferry boat, Wr. Upward arrow 38. Nian on the maps. I find no mention of this bridge in the reports of other explorers, Wr. Upward arrow 39. Called Chethang by all the other explorers. AK calls it a large town containing 1,000 houses, a bazaar, a gamba, and a fort. Report of explorer made by AK, p. 83. Explorer Ujien Gyatso, who visited in October, 1883, says, Mahomedan shops were found in the market in which wheat and meat soup were sold. It is curious that the Lama notes that pork is specially cheap at this place, 3 annas being the price paid for a pig's head, and 8 annas for a quarter. Radishes, carrots, and yak's flesh are also sold in the public market. Report of Explorer from 1856 to 1886, p. 27. Nain Singh, who visited Chitang in 1873, says there are 700 lamas in the 2 monasteries. See Juaroy. Geographic SOC, Slayai. 117, Wr. upward arrow 40. This legend is told in the 34th chapter of the Mani Kambam, and our author gives an abstract of it. I have translated the full original text in my Land of the Lamas, p. 355 ETSQQ, WR, upward arrow 41, called on the maps Zombal Hakang, ancient palace. The name is variously written Ubuletan Lagang, Ombo Langang. See Emil Schlagentweit, Die Konige von Tibet, p. 42. It is said to have been built by King Nyakrit Sanpo, IVTH century, B.C., or by King Todari Nyan San, IIIRD century, AD. I.J. Schmidt, OPCIT, p. 317, quoting the Bodhamur, says it was called Amber Lang Ti, WR, upward arrow 42 tag Chen Pomda on the maps, WR, upward arrow 43. The young monk was certainly misinformed. Potatoes were introduced into Bhutan by Warren Hastings, and spread from there into Tibet within the last 100 years. On the eastern border of Tibet, potatoes have been introduced by the Chinese and the French missionaries, WR, upward arrow 44. Ras Jung Dorhe Gragspa, or Dorhe Drapa of Ration, was born in 1083. This Lamasery, which he founded, is also called Ras Jung Phug Gamba, the Lamasery of the cave of Ras Jung. WR, upward arrow 45, probably porphyry, WR, upward arrow 46. This is a common practice in the Nyingma sect. Explorer KP found at Thumtsung, Lower Tsangpo Valley, a monastery in which both men and women are allowed to preach and live together. He found the same practice in the adjacent village of Bulgonpa and Marpung. Report on Explorer from 1856 to 1886, pages 9 and 12, WR, upward arrow 47. These blue tiles are certainly of Chinese manufacture, WR, upward arrow 48. For this legend see I.J. Schmidt, OPCIT, pages 21 and 316. Also Emil Schlagentweit, Die Konige von Tibet, p. 39 ETSQQ. Ujien Gyatso visited this spot in 1883, and refers to this legend, OPCIT, p. 27, WR, upward arrow 49, called Bia, pronounced Chia. It is called Cha Sa on the maps. AK speaks of it as the Temple of Chiaza, Shuz, Lhakhang. WR, upward arrow 50, Tongshui on the maps. AK mentions, 1½ miles west of this point, the Jerpaduga Ferry, WR, upward arrow 51, or Tsangdu Tatsung, according to Ujien Gyatso, WR, upward arrow 52. This Lamasery shares with Dorhe Tag, previously referred to, the honor of being the supreme one of this sect. Waddell, OPCIT, 277, WR, upward arrow 53. Ujien Gyatso says that should the married member of the Tirtaling family die without issue, the throne Lama, in spite of his vows, is expected to marry the widow, and raise up his own heirs to govern. A total failure of heirs is attended by widespread calamities, war, famine, and general disaster. Report of Explorer from 1856 to 1886, p. 29. Upward arrow 54. AK says there are 600 houses in Gongkajong and 200 around the Gongkachorten, i.e. Gongkarchost, WR, upward arrow. Contents Chapter X Visit to Sakya and Return to India. On November 30, 1882, I said farewell to Tashil Hunpo, and, accompanied by Furchung and Gopan, my recent guide to Samai, I started for Sakya, from which place I proposed returning to Darjeeling by way of Kambajong and the Kangrolamo Pass. The country was now bare, the brown rocks, the gravelly soil, and the distant snow-covered mountains, added additional bleakness to the scene. We reached the village of Nartang the same evening, and were kindly received by some old friends of Furchung. A little before daylight the next morning we set out, following the great high road which leads to Upper Tibet, instead of taking the direct road which leads there by the Lang La, but which is infested by highwaymen. At the little hamlet of Shagri 1 we stopped to make some tea, and had to pay 3 annas for a little water, as the people have to bring all they use from a very considerable distance. The wind was blowing violently when we resumed our journey, and the dust was so thick that we had to stop at Ge Chung, a little village to the west of the Singma La. At daybreak we set out again, and after crossing the Richu, here called Shub Chu, along whose banks are numerous hamlets, we came to Lhimpotsi, near which is a large lamazari built on a rocky eminence. 2 We stopped for the night at Samdong, just beyond which village is a long wooden bridge. We got accommodation in the house of a 238 rich villager, the younger of the 2 husbands, and they not brothers, of the woman of the house. The other husband was the headman, or Sayong, and when he appeared, he obligingly sold us very good chang, mutton, onions, and other vegetables. December 3 After drinking a cup of steaming chang 3 we set out, and following the course of the Shub Chu, came to where the Tsarong Chu empties into it, when we took up the course of the stream and followed it to its source. Several miles above the village of Sikya, where cultivation practically ceases, we came to the large Dokpa village of Jigkyong, where we stopped for the night. In all the villages smallpox was raging, and where the people were free from it, they showed great apprehension about letting us in, lest we should introduce the dreaded disease among them. The next day, December 4, we crossed the Shong La for which, though quite high, was of easy ascent, and traversed the Tao Valley. After taking lunch at the Camule we came to the Atan La, from whose summit Sakya is visible, with all its red-walled buildings and gilded spires 5 bearing in a northwesterly direction. We secured lodgings in a house in the town, near the bridge over the Tom Chu, and from the window of my room, which opened to the south, I had a gorgeous view of the town by which the river gently flows, also of the great temple, and beyond these, of the snow-covered peaks of Tinki, Tingri, and Farug. In the evening I strolled about the clean, though narrow streets, where the market people were still busy selling their wares. Sakya is built on the eastern flank of Ponpoi Ri, along whose base flows the Tom Chu. Facing the town, but on the other side of the river, is the Lhakang Chinpo with its famous library and temple. The appearance of Sakya is different from that of most Tibetan towns. The walls of almost all the public buildings, temples, and dwelling houses are painted red with a clay obtained from the neighboring hills. Black and blue stripes about 9 inches broad cut the walls perpendicularly. 239 The 4 Labrang 7 temples, built with Chinese roofs and gilded spires, are especially noticeable. They are called Labrang Shar, or Eastern, Labrang Nub, or Western, Labrang Kung, and Conserchinpo, and in their general arrangement they do not differ from the temples I had seen at Tashil Hunpo and elsewhere. Waterfall below Pashungri, between Garatang and Metang. In the palmy days of the Sakya hierarchy there were 4 abbots under the hierarch who ruled these 4 Labrang. The rank was hereditary in their families, and all those abbots, the hierarch included, were allowed to marry. This system of hereditary hierarchy 240 was known as Dunjaya. At the present time the abbots are Tantric lamas from Khams. I was told that neither the lamas nor the nuns of Sakya are held by the people to be exceptionally virtuous, and, to tell the truth, the laity of Sakya has a similar unsavory reputation in Tibet. The Emperor Kublai made the hierarch Phagpa ruler of Tibet 8 and it was the latter's deputy, or Panchen 9, Kungazangbo, who began building the Lhakang Chinpo of Sakya, which was completed by one of his successors in office, Angalan Tashi. This latter proved himself an able and vigorous administrator, and annexed Tagpo to the Sakya principality. Zangpo Pal, the then reigning hierarch, sent him on a mission to the Emperor of China, Bayan Ten, who granted to him and his heirs in perpetuity the Yamdo Lake country. The Sakya Panchen have, down to the present time, been taken from this family. The last Sakya Panchen, Kunga Nyingpo, died on June 20, 1882, his tomb, at the time of my visit to Sakya, was almost finished, and his wife was still wearing mourning. It is told of the late Sakya Panchen that, some 16 years ago, after the death of the two famous Dayan Kanpo, the treasurer of the Gatan Gamba of Lhasa, when his wicked spirit was causing various dire calamities to Tibet, every endeavor to expel it from the country proved abortive. So finally the government of Lhasa, at the suggestion of the oracles, requested the Sakya Panchen to visit Lhasa to drive the fiend away. At the foot of Mount Potala he had lighted a great fire, and, by the potency of his charms, drove the evil spirit into a lay figure prepared for the occasion, whereupon it fell straightway into the fire. Then the Panchen drove his charmed Furbu 11241 into the image, but while so doing the flames of the pyre surrounded him, and all thought he was dead, but lo! After an hour or so he came out of the flames dressed in rich satins, and with not even so much as a hair of his head scorched. Panchen Jimdwangil, or one of the other sons of the late Panchen, will succeed him as ruler of Sakya. One son is an incarnate Lama and superior of the Tanakh Donphug Lamazari 12, but he is obliged to reside continually at Sakya on account of a rule which prescribes that when the re-embodiment of a Lama takes place in Sakya, the reincarnation cannot return to the locality he occupied in his preceding existence. The names of the 4 other sons of the deceased Panchen will shortly be sent to Lhasa, and the Nashan oracle will decide who shall become the ruler of the principality. These princely lamas wear long hair, ordinarily plaited in 2 queues hanging down their backs and tied at the ends with white cotton handkerchiefs. Over their ears they wear covers of gold studded with turquoises and emeralds, and almost reaching to their shoulders. To the lower part of these are appended earrings. 13 In the Lhak Hangchenpo, or Great Temple, are 5 seats of equal height, on which the princes take their places when conducting religious services. The one reserved to the hierarch remains vacant so long as the successor to the title has not been chosen. Under the hierarch there is a shape, or minister, who attends to all the temporal affairs of Sakya. The monks are divided into 2 orders, according to the locality of their birth, those from Tibet proper forming one set ruled by a Gikar, and having their cells near the great temple, and those from Khams, or eastern Tibet, also with a Gikar over them, who live in the town. As to the great library of Sakya, it is on shelves along the walls of the great hall of the Lhak Hangchenpo. There are preserved here many volumes written in gold letters. The pages are 6 feet long by 18 inches in breadth. On the margin of each page are illuminations, and the first 4 volumes have in them pictures of the 1,000 Buddhas. These books are bound with iron. They were prepared under orders of the Emperor Kublai, and presented to Phagpa on his second visit to Peking. 242 There is also preserved in this temple a conch shell with whorls turning from left to right, a present of Kublai to Phagpa. It is only blown by the lamas when the request is accompanied by a present of 7 ounces of silver, but to blow it, or have it blown, is held to be an act of great merit. 14 On December 5 I left Sakya, and passing by the Choskherl Hunpo Monastery, entered the broad Yalung Valley, in which stands the big village of Lora and numerous scattered hamlets. We stopped at Lora to eat our breakfast, but so intense was the fear of the people of smallpox, of which there were several cases in the village, that they would have absolutely nothing to do with us, not even to sell us firewood. 15 After crossing the Yalung River we ascended the Dong La, from whose summit we saw the Komo Kanker, Mt Everest, and the endless ranges of mountains which jut out from it westward. At the Dong La the Arun and the Kosi have their sources. The descent of the Dongla was very gradual, the country extremely bare, not a single tree was to be seen anywhere. We reached Chusho, at the foot of the pass, at about 5 o'clock, and it was only after much persuasion that we gained admittance to a poor hut occupied by an old woman and her son. The next day we followed for a while the course of a little stream, called the Chushu, and then came upon a broad, barren plain, on either side of which rose bleak and lofty mountains. Leaving the village of Mapja, in which there are about 100 houses, we breakfasted at Donkar, and then made our way towards the Shonpala, following up the course of the Shonchu. The ground in many places was riddled with holes made by a burrowing animal called Srimong 16, and our ponies had many tumbles by putting their feet in them. 243 On descending from the Shonpala we found ourselves in the broad Chiblung Valley 17, and towards 6 o'clock we reached the village of Dogang, and found shelter for the night in the hut of some poor people. Kambajongpon's encampment on a moraine beyond Kongchanjang mountain. The following morning we passed through Tashigong and breakfasted at Gur, a village belonging to my friend the minister. Leaving this place, we began the ascent of a high range which separated us from Lake Teltung, or Mule's Drink 18. This pass is known as the Dobta Lachin La, and one commands from it a most gorgeous view of a wide expanse of country, the Nepalese and Sikkimesa Himalayas, 244, with Lake Teltung and Dobta Jong, belonging to the Sikkim Raja, on a hillock beside the lake in the foreground. We stopped for the night at Chorka, a part of Dobta, where a villager gave us the use of a yak hair tent standing in his courtyard. We only remained here a short while, leaving before daylight, as we wanted to reach Kambajong the same day. The cold was intense, and the violent wind which blew made it more piercing. Our way led along the margin of Lake Teltung, now completely dried up and more resembling a broad pasture land than a lake. The country was alive with game. Wild sheep, goats, and asses were specially numerous. Leaving this broad plain, we entered the valley of the Chechu by a low col between the Dobta and Yarula ranges. Crossing the river, we stopped for a while at Targi 19 while Furchung went on ahead to Kambajong to secure lodgings for us. At 5 o'clock we reached the village of Kamba, and were received most kindly by Furchung's friend, Wangil, who, together with his wife, did everything in their power to make us comfortable. After tea I went with Furchung, who had put on his best clothes for the occasion, to visit the Jongpon. The Jong stands on a hillock, the ascent of which is rather steep, and is made by flights of stone steps. The fort is a spacious two-storied building, and is supplied with water brought there through clay pipes from the mountains to the north, a piece of work of which the people are not a little proud. 20 The Jongpon were reading religious books when I entered their presence, and the Lama one asked me questions about myself and the object of my journey, all of which I managed to answer satisfactorily. I showed my passport, to which they put their seals, retaining a copy of the document. When I left they presented me with a dried sheep's carcass, 10 pounds of rice, and a rug, and expressed the hope that they would see me again the following year. On returning to our lodgings I hired 2 ponies and a yak hair tent for our use as far as Genpangtang. We left early in the morning, after saying farewell to our faithful guide Gopon, who left us here to return to his home at Jianse, and 245 breakfasted at Jeru. On the way we saw several flocks of wild sheep and some foxes. Leaving Jeru, we ascended, one after the other, the foothills of the Kangrolamo Pass, through a wild but beautiful country, till we finally reached the snow-covered summit, near which we camped on a bare rock. Thanks to the yak hair tent and the good fire of argals which Furchung kept burning, we did not suffer from the intense cold and piercing wind. The following morning, December 10th, we reached, at an early hour, Gengang, which forms the boundary between the territories of the Grand Lama and the Raja of Sikkim, a vassal of the British Raj. From this point my way lay through Sikkim by a route followed by various European travelers, and concerning which I need say nothing here. I reached Darjeeling and my home on December 27, after an absence of over a year. 246 1 Chiakri on the maps, WR, upward arrow 2 called Lingbo Chen on the maps. Our author's narrative is not at all clear in this part. If, as he states, the Richu, Shubchu, flows by Samdong, the maps are wrong, for they make this river to flow 7 miles east of that village, Sanchong on the map. It is probable that the brook, which flows by Samdong is an affluent of the Shubchu, but the maps do not show any watercourse at this point. WR, upward arrow 3 Usually Tibetans drink their chang cold. Heating it is the Chinese fashion. WR, upward arrow 4 Chong La on the maps. WR, upward arrow 5 I am unable to follow on the maps our author's route from the Chong La to Sakya. He appears to have taken a very roundabout way. WR, upward arrow 6 This, our author has told us elsewhere, is a distinguishing sign of all Nyingma religious and lay buildings. WR, upward arrow 7 Labrang means literally dwelling of a Lama dignitary. Phadrang is a palace or residence of a secular officer. WR, upward arrow 8 Phagpa, or Dro Gon Phagpa, is said to have been born AD 1233, and became ruler of Tibet in 1251. Ksoma, Tib Grammar, p. 186. The latter date is, however, inconsistent with facts, as Kublai only mounted the throne in 1260, and became actually seated on the throne of China in 1280, and it was he who made him Kuoshi, or preceptor of the realm. H. Howarth, History of the Mongols, IP 506 ETSQQ, makes no mention of Kublai raising Phagpa to be ruler of Tibet. Upward arrow 9 Abbreviation of Ponbochenpo, or Great Officer. The Sakya Monastery was founded in AD 1071, according to Ksoma, OPCIT, p. 197. Phagpa was a nephew of the famous Sakya Pandita, the author of many standard works of Tibetan literature. Upward arrow 10 Byantu reigned from 1312 to 1320. Sanang Sitsan says that the Lama Sakya Sribhadra was head of the church under him. I.J. Schmidt, OPCIT, p. 121. The Saskayapa sect was, prior to the rising of the present Gelugpa sect, the most powerful of the reformed schools of Tibetan Buddhism. WR, upward arrow 11 A spike of iron or bronze with a triangular section. The top of it terminates in a door-he. It is used in exorcisms. Emil Schlagentweit, Buddhism in Tibet, p. 257 ETSQQ, and Waddell, OPCIT, pages 341, 483, and 488, WR, upward arrow 12 on this Lamazari, see Supra, p. 66. Upward arrow 13 Apparently the earrings are attached to the ear covers of gold, not to the ear itself. WR, upward arrow 14 called in Tibetan, Yakayal Dunkar, and in Chinese, Yushuan Pile. Both nations consider such shells as treasures of inestimable value. There is one in China, kept at Fuchu by the Taita. See Peking Gazette, February 23, 1867, and one at Lhasa. The Land of the Lamas, p. 110, WR, upward arrow 15 in 1794 The Tail Lama, under orders from the Emperor, erected special hospitals for smallpox patients, in which they were supplied with food and every necessary, and which were in care of a special officer. The same plan has been adopted by the authorities of Tashil Hunpo and Shamdo, Juaroi. Asiat. SOC, NSXXIII. p. 235. I am not aware that these hospitals are kept up at the present day. Wr. Upward arrow 16. The marmot is called chai, phi, wa. Mong I am unable to explain. Perhaps it is the same animal which our author calls elsewhere the sriman, sri, and which is 243 smaller than a cat, with tawny hair. The skin, he adds, is much used in witchcraft. The skin is blown up after putting inside it a slip with the name of the person it is desired to injure on it. The victim dies of an inflated body within 7 days. Wr. Upward arrow 17. The Chai Blungsangpo, the upper Arun, flows through this valley. Wr. Upward arrow 18. On this lake see Supra, p. 211. Upward arrow 19. At this point our author's route joined that which he had taken when coming into Tibet. Wr. The Chechu is the Arun, see Supra, p. 42. Upward arrow 20. Certainly not of their own invention or manufacture. Wr. Upward arrow. Contents Chapter 11. Social divisions, marriage, funerals, medicine, festivals. In Tibet there are 3 distinct classes among the people, lay and clerical, which are determined by birth and social position, and each of these has 3 subdivisions. 1. They are as follows. First, or highest class, Rab 1 Rab Kyi Rab. The king, members of the royal family, and incarnate lamas who have appeared many times on earth. 2. Rab Kyi Ding. The desi, or regent, ordinary incarnate lamas, ministers and counselors of state, learned lamas, or abbots, professors at important monasteries. 3. Rab Kyi Tama. Secretaries to the government, Dapan, Jongpan, and inferior lamas, or abbots. Middle classes, Ding 1 Ding Kyi Rab, or upper middle class, including families who have for generations possessed great wealth, landlords who do not claim descent from illustrious ministers or warriors, Dunkier old families, and men who have personally contributed in a marked degree to the welfare of the country, and lastly, the Don Nur. 2. Ding Kyi Ding. This class includes the Dung Yig, or clerks, stewards, chamberlains, head grooms, head cooks, and other petty officers. 3. Ding Kyi Tama. Soldiers and subjects. 2. Lowest class, Tama 1 Tamai Rab. Grooms, menials engaged in domestic service, and other hired servants. 247 2 Tamai Ding. Those who have no fixed homes, men who keep concubines, but no wives, loose women, professional beggars, vagabonds, and paupers. 3 Tamai Tama. The lowest of the low are butchers, scavengers, disposers of dead bodies, blacksmiths, and goldsmiths. In Tibet there are no caste restrictions with regard to marriage as in India. The rich may bestow their daughters on the poor, the daughter of a poor man may become the bride of the proudest noble of the country. But the girls of the royal family and those of high rank are not generally bestowed on the low classes, but in the event of their not finding a suitable match, they are sent to convents. The daughters of commoners do, however, occasionally become the wives of nobles. The nuptial ceremonies are alike for all classes, the only difference being in the amount of money expended in the festivities. In the first place, the friends of the bridegroom employ a go-between to make the first overtures to the parents or guardians of the girl. Should the latter entertain the proposal, the parents of the would-be bridegroom either take or send presents to them, consisting of katig and wine, called long chang, proposal wine, and formally make an offer of marriage. The girl's parents make excuses, saying that she is neither handsome nor accomplished, and will be of no service to the suitor. The go-betweens thereupon more and more earnestly press their suit. After these conventional phrases have been exchanged, the girl's parents say, if you are really in earnest, and believe that she will be of service to you, we shall consult with our friends and relatives, and let you know our decision. A few days later their consent to the union is formally conveyed to the suitor's parents, when the latter, taking with them 20 or 30 gallons of wine, proceed to the home of the bride, where they entertain not only all her relatives, but also the servants and neighbors, and present each with a scarf. The purchase money, rin, is then paid, which, for the middle classes is usually 5 or 6 dok, 625 to 750 rupees, and about 50 gallons of wine. Another scarf is then presented to each of the elder members of the bride's family, and also to prominent persons among her friends and neighbors. After an auspicious day has been fixed for the wedding, the parties make the arrangements necessary for the occasion. On the appointed day the bridegroom's parents depute some 7 or 8 248 respectable men to go as their representatives to bring home the bride. They remain at her father's house 3 days, during which they are engaged in making negotiations and in assuring their hosts, by whom they are provided during this period with all necessaries, that their daughter will be happy in her new home. At the end of the 3 days the bride is told by her parents to go to the bridegroom's house. They give her a good milch cow or yak, a pony, 4 or 5 oxen, 2 suits of summer and winter dress, a complete set of jewelry according to the custom of the country, a piece of stuffed carpet and a small dining table, cups, plates, cooking vessels, and other articles for domestic use, 50 ounces of silver, and a female attendant. All those who have received scarves now come to present her in return with a scarf and a piece of money. The nearest relatives and friends of the parents, the chief of the country, and other people of position, present her with scarves, clothes, blankets, etc., and silver coins. Presently about 20 of the bridegroom's friends arrive to conduct the bride to her new home. For the first half of the journey the arrangements are made and expenses defrayed by the bride's parents, for the second half by those of the bridegroom, and it is made on horseback, the bride riding in the middle of the party. Arriving at their destination, the bride is seated on a cushion placed on a raised stand by the side of her husband in the middle of the bridal party. At an auspicious hour a short religious service is performed by the village lama, and the parents or sponsors of the parties offer prayers for the happiness of the union. 3 The bridegroom's parents then beseech the gods to witness the ceremony of their son's marriage, and declare that henceforth the bride will be owned by the bridegroom and his brothers alone. For 3 days the festivities continue, during which time as much as 50 chapan of wine, 3 oxen, and 3 pigs are sometimes consumed. The notables among the bridegroom's friends arrive with presents of scarves, and are entertained by his father. On the 3rd day the bride exchanges the clothes and jewelry she wore on her arrival, for others supplied by the bridegroom. After a short prayer to the gods the pair are left together, for the first time, and on the following morning the bride begins to apply herself to her household duties. Her brothers and relatives who have accompanied her, return home at the expiration of 7 days. 249 Samarinu and adjoining snowy mountain. Some 3 months after the wedding her parents, accompanied by the chief men among their friends and by servants, arrive with presents of food, and request that their daughter may pay them a 250 visit. After being entertained for 10 or 12 days, they return home, and are followed some weeks later by the young couple, who are accompanied by a number of female servants bearing presents of scarves, provisions, wine, etc. They remain a month, and on their departure the bride receives from her father a new costume and jewelry, and the husband a complete suit of clothes and the inevitable scarf. Among the very poor the proceedings are much simplified, the negotiations being conducted by the parents in person. There is no fixed limit of marriageable age in Tibet. The average age, however, for both sexes, is from 15 to 25, and frequently the bride is older than the bridegroom. When parties are desirous of dissolving the marriage bond, the reason for so doing must first be investigated. If the husband be found entirely blameless and willing to live with his wife, but she be resolved to divorce him, she is required to pay double the rin, or price paid for her, as a fine for the dissolution of the marriage contract, called bork and denyo, that is, divorce fine and innocence fine. For in the absence of a marriage contract, the divorce fine fixed by law for the wife to pay amounts to 18 gold sho, equal to 135 rupees, and for the husband 3 gold srang, equal to 180 rupees. If the husband's innocence be doubtful, but the wife's charges remain unproved, the wife is required to pay as divorce fine a complete suit of clothes, a pair of shoes, a bed carpet, bed rug, and a wrapper, and the husband must present to his wife a second scarf and a third article of any kind. On the other hand, if a wife be found perfectly innocent, and willing to live with her husband, but the husband be resolved to divorce her for no fault of hers, he is required to pay to her 12 gold sho, equal to 90 rupees, as divorce fine, and also yag law, service wage, amounting to 6 pounds of barley for every day and 6 for every night which she has spent with him from the day of marriage to the date of separation. The husband is also required to return the price of all the clothes and other gifts made to the wife by her friends since the time of their marriage. The divorced woman also takes away with her all jewelry given her by her relatives, but not that given 251 to her by her husband. The wife cannot demand the innocence fine. If there be children at the time of separation, the father takes the boys, and the mother the girls. If the husband be a man of property, the court may order him to give the divorced wife a certain share of his possessions for the maintenance of the girls. On the other hand, if the wife be possessed of property, she may be required to give something for the maintenance of her sons. Again, when a marriage is contracted between a man of noble blood and a woman of humble rank, or vice versa, with the definite understanding that they shall share each other's good and adverse fortune, their property in case of divorce is to be divided between them according to their faithfulness or guilt, and their amount of mutual presence at the time of union. In cases of divorce between parties who were united at their own wish for the enjoyment of pleasure or merriment, the court should, without regard to the nature of their guilt, divide their property equally between them. 5 In cases of marriage between slaves or serfs, the owner decides their separation or continued union. A man of this class is, for instance, married to a woman who, the owner thinks, might be of some service to him. When the woman is found useless, she is dismissed, being given 1/6 of her husband's belongings, and her place is supplied by a new wife chosen by the owner. In Tibet, members of the same family are forbidden by law to contract matrimonial alliances with their kindred within 7 degrees. This rule is, however, nowadays disregarded by the people, who are known to make alliances with their kinsmen who are distant only 3 or 4 degrees of consanguinity. Among the Pabos and Kamba, marriage is promiscuously contracted, the brother marrying his sister, the nephew his aunt. 6 Among the common Tibetans, so long as the parties do not claim a common father, there is no objection to the marriage. The uterine brother and sister may be united, and a man may marry his stepmother or aunts. The custom of several brothers making one woman their common wife, to keep the ancestral property entire and undivided, is said to 252 have had its origin in Khams, where it is at this day extensively practiced. The Tibetans of Yu and Tsung have borrowed it from their cousins of Khams, but it is not universal with them. 7 The wife is claimed by the younger brothers as their wife only so long as they continue to live with the eldest one. When they separate from their eldest brother, they cannot ask him to pay compensation for their share in the wife, and she remains the lawful wife of the eldest brother. It is not unusual for a father or uncle to live with his son's or nephew's wife, and even in high life a father makes himself a partner in the marital rights over his son's wife. 8 The cessation of the pulse and the suspension of breathing are not considered tests of the extinction of vitality. The Tibetans consider that the spirit, Namshi, usually lingers in the mortal frame for not less than 3 days, though the spirits of those who have attained to some stage of holiness quit the body immediately after the last breath has been drawn, for communion with the dwellers in paradise, called Gaten, or Tushita, but instances of such saintly personages are of very rare occurrence. It is consequently considered a very sinful action to move or dispose of the corpse immediately after death. Nowadays in Tibet and Mongolia the dead bodies of all classes of men are carefully kept within doors for 3 days, during which time their friends and relations attend on them and make prayers for their future well-being. On the morning of the 4th day the horoscope of the deceased, and that of the man who is selected to be the first to touch the corpse for removal, are consulted. A lama is employed to perform certain funeral ceremonies, with a view to cause the spirit of the deceased to pass out through a certain slit in the skull. 9 If the ceremony is omitted the soul will make its exit by some other passage and go to a state of damnation. The lama remains alone with the corpse, all the doors and windows being closed, and no one is allowed to enter until he declares by what passage the soul has fled. In return for this important service he receives a cow, yak, sheep, or goat, or a sum of money, according to the means of the deceased. Sine alcum or D2. Before the dead body is removed from the house, an astrologer 253 notes the dates of birth of the friends and relations present. If any among them were born under the same constellation and planet as 254 the dead person, they are said to incur the risk of being ridden by his ghost, and are consequently not allowed to attend the funeral. The astrologer also receives his reward in money or kind. Then the corpse, tightly wrapped in clothes, is placed on a stretcher facing the direction which has been declared auspicious by the astrologer, and is placed in a corner of the house. 5 butter lamps are lighted near the head, and a screen is drawn round it, within which his usual food and drink, together with a lamp, are placed. Early on the morning of the day appointed for the disposal of the body, it is carried to the nearest cemetery. At the time of its removal the relations make profound salutations to it. 2 men carrying wine or tea, together with a dishful of tsamba, follow the bier. The family priest, or lama, of the deceased throws a katag on the litter and walks behind at a slow pace, holding a corner of another scarf tied to it. As he proceeds he mutters funeral mantra, turning a hand drum, damaru, with his right hand, and with his left ringing a bell. It is inauspicious to place the litter on the ground before its arrival at the cemetery. If by accident this should happen, the body must be disposed of at that spot, instead of in the cemetery. In the neighborhood of Lhasa there are 2 sacred cemeteries, Phabanka and Sirashar. Those who dispose of dead bodies at the former pay 2 or 3 tanka for tea to the monks of Phabanka monastery, and at the latter they pay 1 tanka to the cemetery keeper, who also gets the bedding and clothes of corpses. In every cemetery there is a large slab of stone, on which the corpse, stripped of its coverings, is placed face downwards. The officiating lama then crosses it with lines, and while repeating mantras, cuts it in pieces. The first pieces are flung towards the biggest and oldest vulture of the flock, called tanker, and the remainder to the rest. They are so tame that they come one by one at the call of the priest. Last of all the head of the corpse is crushed, and the bones pounded together are mixed with the brain and distributed among the vultures. 10 Then a new and unused earthen bowl, filled with fire of argal, dried cow dung, with some butter and barley flour burnt in it as incense, is presented to the departed by being placed in the quarter towards which he is supposed to have gone. The funeral attendants now wash their hands, and retiring to a short distance from the cemetery, breakfast, and at about midday return 255 home. During 49 days after the drawing of the last breath, food and drink are offered to the departed in his favorite dish, and incense, consisting of barley, butter, and juniper spines, is burnt. During this period of bardo, as the interval between death and regeneration is called, the departed spirit is believed to wander, and in order to prevent its being subject to misery, on the 49th day some of the clothes, shoes, headdress, coins, etc., which belong to the deceased, after being washed and sprinkled with saffron water, are presented to some incarnate Lama for his blessing. The last service is conducted by a tantric Lama, with a view to expelling all the evil spirits and hungry ghosts which haunt the house of the departed. On the 7th day after death, prayers are moreover offered for the deceased's well-being, and alms in coin, food, tea, gold, and silver are distributed among religious men. This is repeated on every consecutive 7th day until the 49th day, when a grand feast is given to the congregation of lamas. Nowadays, however, the rich people of Lhasa generally distribute alms, at the rate of 1 tanka each to the monks of Sira, Dabung, and Gadan, dispensing with the other costly ceremonies. They also present the clothes belonging to the deceased to the professors and heads of those monasteries. Some bequeath the whole of their property to these monastic institutions or to lamas of great repute. The practice of making wills has been followed by the Tibetans from very remote times. Every man of property leaves a will bequeathing his movable property to his children or friends, and leaving instructions for the performance of his funeral obsequies and other pious works. The cutting up and distributing of a corpse is a practical illustration of the Tibetan belief that charity is the highest of all the moral virtues. That man is said to be most virtuous whose funeral is attended by the largest number of vultures, while if his corpse attracts but a small company, the very dogs not deigning to touch his defiled remains, he is judged to have led a sinful life. The dead bodies of pregnant and barren women, and also of lepers, are packed in leather bags and thrown into the waters of the great Tsungpo. A Tibetan proverb says, "She whose son dies after birth is white barren, Rab Cha Karpo, she whose daughter dies after birth is partly barren, Rab Cha Tavo, she who has borne no children 256 is black barren, Rab Cha Nagpo." The corpses of such and of lepers are considered particularly unclean, and should not be kept within the limits of the country, but must either be thrown beyond 9 hills and dales, or packed in horses' or oxes' skins and thrown into the river. The dead bodies of incarnate lamas are occasionally burnt, and their ashes and bones deposited in Chorten. The remains of saintly personages, such as pretend to have emanated from bodhisattvas and Buddhas, are preserved like the Egyptian mummies, being embalmed or salted and placed within gold, silver, or copper chorten, where they are seated in a meditative posture, like the conventional image of Buddha. These incarnate lamas, at the time of death, mention the time when and the place and the family where their souls will subsequently find re-embodiment, and also the name and race of the family, and instruct their friends to perform rites and ceremonies for their well-being after death. On the demise of the Dalai and Tashi Lamas, the work in all the public and private offices, all business and market gatherings are suspended for 7 days. For 30 days women are forbidden to put on their jewelry, and men or women may not wear new apparel. Lamas and monks must, on such occasions, mourn for 10 days, during which they must not shave their heads, or wear their church headdresses during services. All classes of people refrain from amusements and festivities, and from going into groves for pleasure, sports, or love-making. It is only in honor of the death of these two great hierarchs of Tibet that the whole country goes into mourning. The mourning for abbots of other monasteries and heads of families is confined to the friends and monks who are near to them. Rich and respectable men do not, within a year after the death of their parents, take part in marriage ceremonies and festivities, and do not undertake journeys to a distance. Among the Sikkim Buddhists, dead bodies are burnt. On the fourth day after cremation, a lama performs the tasal, or washing ceremony, which consists in removing the relics, ashes, etc., and washing the place of burning with water. The relics are placed in an urn and deposited in a chorten. The ashes are thrown into a mountain stream, such as the Tista or Runjit. 11 The relics of 257 lamas and important men, after being pulverized, are mixed with clay and cast in molds into miniature chorten. These relic chorten are deposited in sacred places, such as monasteries, temples, caverns, etc. On the seventh day the funeral ceremony, called tenzung, is performed. All relations and neighbors are invited to this funeral feast. At dusk all the evil spirits which are believed to have been invited to the departure of the deceased, are expelled by a tantric priest, assisted by the deafening yells of the guests. 12 The physicians of High Asia have, I am told, discovered such remarkable properties of vegetable drugs, and of the flesh and bile of certain animals, and of some sorts of excrements in healing different kinds of sores, that if the statements of my informant be true, the surgeons of civilized countries would be struck with wonder at their marvelous performances. For this remarkable success, the Tibetans do not appear to be indebted to their Chinese or Indian neighbors. 13 Their medicines are mostly indigenous, and their discoveries in surgery have resulted from their own experience. They supply the greater number of physicians and surgeons to the Mongols and other neighboring peoples. The treatment of smallpox is very little understood by Tibetan doctors. Inoculation is, however, resorted to, and a new method of performing this operation has been discovered by the northern Chinese physicians. It consists in selecting the best lymph from the light white pox pustules of a healthy child, which, mixed with camphor powder, is blown with a pipe into the nostril of the person to be inoculated. 14 Great care and experience are required in selecting the lymph, on which alone depends the safety of the patients. Chickenpox occurs only in a mild form, and is generally left to take its course. Hydrophobia is very prevalent in Tibet, Mongolia, and China, and its effects are considered to manifest themselves, according to the color of the dog, at periods varying from 7 days to 18 months, and also according to the time of day at which the bite was received. The remedies are, however, sufficiently practical. As soon 258 as possible tie a ligature 4 fingers above the wound, draw out the poison by means of the sucking apparatus, called ras, similar to the cupping glasses of the Indians, and then bleed the wounded part. If the patient presents himself to the physician a day after having been bitten, the latter should only cauterize the wound, and then apply an ointment made of butter, turmeric, a poisonous bulb called bone nia, and musk. In Lower Kongbo, Pabo, Pema Kyod, and other mountainous districts of southern Tibet, and in Nepal, Sikkim, and Bhutan on this side of the Himalayas, goitre is the most prevalent disease. It owes its origin to the calcareous nature of the water drunk by the natives. 6 varieties of goitre are recognized by Tibetan physicians, which are variously treated by cauterization, bleeding the jugular vein behind the ear, and also the swollen muscle of the goitre, and the administration of nostrums composed of the dried gullet of the yak or sheep, dried fish, different kinds of salts, piper longum and pepper, and powdered conch shell, burnt in a hermetically closed vessel. Snake bite is of rare occurrence in Higher Tibet, but in the lower valley of the Great Tsungpo, great numbers of snakes are found, and also on the western frontier of China bordering Tibet. 15 Snake bites are treated like hydrophobia, by tying a ligature above the part bitten and cupping. The wound is then washed with curd or milk, camel's milk being the most efficacious. 16 It is believed in High Asia that if a snake bite a camel, the snake dies immediately without injuring the camel. If there be no burning heat as a consequence of the bite, the wound should be cauterized. Internal remedies are also taken, consisting of cardamom, musk, pepper, and other native drugs. The Glaklos, wild people, of Pemakyot 17 immediately cut off the bitten portion, or the bitten limb, if possible, after which they apply musk and bear's bile, gall, to the wound and bind it up. The Lalos eat snakes, of which, however, they reject the head and tail as injurious. 259 During the months of January and February, when the Great Mon Lam, or prayer meeting, fair takes place at Lhasa, the city is occasionally visited by a highly infectious disease which causes great havoc among the people when the crowd is great. When the disease is not properly treated, the patient generally dies before the 10th day, but those cases which have passed the 13th day are considered hopeful. Tibetan physicians, by watching this disease in its different phases, have achieved remarkable success in treating it with their indigenous drugs. In Lhasa, Shigatse, and other towns and monasteries of Tibet, the principal disease from which people suffer and die is paralysis. 18 5 Different kinds of this disease are recognized by Tibetan physicians, who also profess to have observed that the first symptoms generally show themselves on the 4th, 8th, 11th, 15th, 18th, 22nd, 25th, or 29th day of the lunar month. Persons who have passed their 60th year seldom survive a paralytic stroke of any kind. All other cases in their milder forms are curable by proper and regular medical treatment. Leprosy is prevalent in most of the countries of High Asia. It is variously called gludnad, the nags, serpents, disease, and mjanad 19 the corroding malady, and is believed to originate from various causes, fanciful and real. By digging in pestilential soil where snakes live, turning up stones under which these reptiles lurk, felling poisonous trees, throwing tea, water, or cooked food and other refuse on the blazing hearth, men are said to excite the wrath of the Nagas and mischievous spirits of the upper and nether worlds, who delight in working the ruin of the human race. They spread this hateful malady by the exhalation of their breath, by their poisonous touch or malignant glance, or even by the power of their malignant wish. The charmed banner 20 is a great preventive of these evils. The people of High Asia generally fix banners with printed charms thereon near to or on their houses, as they are believed to prevent the Nagas entering them. Leprosy is likewise assumed to be the 260 consequence of the sins of former lives. 21 It also originates from disorders produced by irregularity and intemperance in food and habits, whereby the black and yellow fluids of the body are increased, and give rise to this distressing malady. 18 Different kinds of leprosy are recognized. The chanting of charms and mantras of Vajrapani Buddha by the patient or the physician is resorted to, that wrathful deity being a mighty subduer of all malevolent demons and nagas, and various native drugs are also administered in the form of pills. Dropsy, though rare in High Asia, prevails in the southern and eastern districts in Tibet, and is caused by drinking much water after exercise, lying down in damp places, taking cold, or by light unsubstantial food, by which the digestive powers are deranged. 12 varieties of this disease are recognized, which are divided into two main groups, characterized as the hot and the cold fluid respectively. Bone ash is believed to be the best remedy, but other medicines, consisting of grapes, cinnamon, oxide of iron, pomegranate, rind, lime, and other ingredients, are also prescribed. 22 Dyspepsia, pad cow, is one of the commonest diseases in Tibet, and 43 different varieties of this malady have been observed by native physicians. Toothache is also a very general complaint of the people of Tibet, due to the extreme rigor of the climate and the coldness of the water. The inhabitants of the remote province of Changtang usually lose their teeth before reaching the age of 30. Among the games played by the Tibetans, there are some such as Migmang, or many eyes, resembling chess, Sridpai Korlo, or the circle of life, 23 and dice, which even the clergy are permitted to amuse themselves with. Others, as, for instance, wrestling, archery, polo, foot and pony races, are confined to the people, nor are the lamas allowed to amuse themselves with singing and dancing except at stated times, as, for example, during the New Year holidays. 261 At midsummer the people and nobility dress tents, and for several days amuse themselves under them, picnicking, dancing, and singing. In the 8th moon the Janjaya festival takes place, lasting for 7 or 14 or even 21 days. On this occasion the lamas and people amuse themselves with sports, games, dancing, and feasting. This festival is observed in all northern Buddhist countries. 24 Again, in the latter part of the 12th moon, there is a lama dance in every monastery, after which the evil spirits are exorcised. 25 Sometimes the 4th of the 6th and the 22nd of the 9th moons are observed as feast days, the latter as the anniversary of the Buddha's descent from the Tushita heaven. 26 In the summer, commencing with the full moon in July and lasting for a period of 45 days, all lamas make a retreat in their monasteries, during which time they are not allowed to go without the lamasery walls, or take part in any amusement. This is known as the Yarnas. 27 The birthdays of the Dalai and Tashi lamas are also kept as holidays, and on their reaching the age of 3, 25, 49, 61, 73, or 85, there are also great festivities. When eclipses of the sun or moon occur, the Tibetans hold religious ceremonies similar to those of the Hindus. Of all feasts, that of the New Year is probably the most popular. At Lhasa the state makes arrangements for the celebrations, beginning them about a month beforehand. 262 The kitchen of the Grand Lama is in a large yellow building called the Phodang Serpo, or Jagmingkang, Ljagsmingkang, situated to the east of the palace. The cooking stoves are ornamented with gold, silver, and precious stones, estimated to be worth 20,000 rupees, and all the cooking utensils are of solid gold. All the butter and milk used here is obtained from the herd of 500 yomos, half-breed yaks, belonging to the Dalai Lama, which herd the people salute as it passes, taking off their hats or koto wing to the animals. 20 Tsedung, Lama officials, herd these cattle, milk them, and churn the butter. Here, when New Year is approaching, 5 lamas prepare cakes and dainties for the Grand Lama, their mouths covered with 8 thicknesses of silk, so that the food may not be polluted by their breath. In the village at the foot of Potala, called the Shetukang, 200 or 300 men make cakes and biscuits for the officials, lamas, and people, and every one, whether rich or poor, has some prepared for the festival. On the 15th of the 12th moon 200 workmen begin whitewashing the walls of Potala, which work occupies them for 3 days, and then, but only then, people are at liberty to have the walls of their houses whitened, and there is no one so poor that he does not at this season renovate the exterior of his dwelling. On the 18th all public offices are closed for 50 days. Booths are erected to supply the crowds which assemble for the Mon Lam Chinpo, or Grand Prayer Meeting, which, beginning on New Year's Day, lasts for a month, and many of the officials visit Tsedung Linga, a beautiful park to the south of the city, where there is a Chinese restaurant and singing and dancing girls, called Tung Shima, or drinking ladies. On the 22nd in all Lama series and in many houses of the people Torma offerings are made, to be offered the following day to the household gods. Then the people bathe and get themselves ready to make visits of congratulations, which they begin doing on the 27th. On the 29th each householder has a general house cleaning, and the dust and dirt is thrown in a crossroad, and thus all impending misfortunes are got rid of with the rubbish. Early on the morning of the 29th, large and gorgeously decorated tents are erected in the great courtyard of Potala and other temples, in each of which 300 or 400 people can be seated. In the 263 center of each tent are estrades of carved and gilt sandalwood, on which the abbots, head lamas, and guests of distinction take their seats, while on lower seats are the other guests. A number of lamas, with little tables of sandalwood in front of them, on which different instruments of music, and implements used in church ceremonies, such as dorhi, bells, damaru, etc., are placed, occupy another portion of each tent. When the preliminary service is over, the grand black hat dance, of which I have previously made mention, begins. 28 The dancers are 80 in number, and their gowns are made of white, red, and green satin. Each one holds in his left hand a wooden skull, and in his right a short club, from which hang 5 silk scarfs of different colors. They prance about, wildly waving their arms, for half an hour or so, when suddenly there is heard wild shrieking, and a second set of dancers, or masks called kambab, come in. They are dressed to represent the various gods, most of them extraordinarily hideous to look at. These continue the wild dance to the music of cymbals, drums, and flutes for a couple of hours. When the kambab have stopped, 4 skeleton-like figures appear. They are the durdog, or lords of cemeteries, and they dance in their turn. These are followed by 16 figures representing Indian Atsaras, who, by their dress and contortions, excite wild mirth among the people. A number of dancers wearing stag heads then appear, and finally the black hat dancers come out once more, each with a cymbal or a drum in his hand, and the dance comes to an end. At the termination of the dance, the lamas who performed the religious service earlier in the day form in a procession and proceed to throw away the torma offering. 500 soldiers and 24 flag bearers accompany the procession. 3 lamas carry on an iron tripod the tsamba torma, which is of pyramidal shape, about 10 feet high and painted red, with projecting edges to represent flames, and frequently surmounted by a skull molded in tsamba. 3 other lamas bear on a large iron tray supported by a tripod a skeleton also made of tsamba. The procession goes to about a mile from the temple to where a shed, or homkang, of straw or brush has been made, in which the torma and the skeleton are placed and then set on fire. 264 When the flames break forth, the flag bearers lower their flags and run back to the lamasery with all speed, to escape the devil's assaults, and the soldiers fire off their guns at the burning mass to prevent the evil spirits escaping from the fire in which they are now supposed to be roasting. 29 On the 30th day of the moon, New Year's Eve, all house decorations and furniture are renewed or cleaned, and offerings and oblations made in every domestic chapel. The walls, pillars, posts, lintels, etc., are washed with whey. A lotus, finger marks, or marks of animals' claws are painted on the wooden floors of the rooms, or a sheep's head is scorched, and its eyes, ears, and nose painted with the 5 colors mixed with butter. This is said to be a certain means of ensuring good luck, and is believed to be a pre-Buddhist custom of the country. In the evening the whole city is illuminated, and this is kept up for 3 successive nights. New Year's Day is called Gyalpo Losar, or the King's New Year, and the Grand Lama holds a levee on this occasion. The Danirchinpo, or Grand Chamberlain, opens the ceremony by wishing the Lama all happiness, Trashi Deleg Fun Sumtsog, and presenting him some wine and tsamba. The Grand Lama replies, Tandu de wa tab parshag, and dipping his finger in the wine, sprinkles a little about as an oblation, and then tastes the tsamba. Then the great trumpets sound, and the Dalai Lama takes his seat on the throne in the great hall, and all the ministers and church dignitaries take their places according to precedence. Tea is then served, followed by toma, a kind of red potato of Tibet, cooked in butter and sugared. 30 When they have finished eating, every one presents his holiness with katag about 18 feet long, and he gives each one in return his blessing. In the meantime the good luck dance, Trashiji Igar, is going on outside the hall, in which some 20 little boys, of 8 years of age, take part, the lower officials, such as the donkey-er, forming the audience. In every house of any importance the master, his wife, and children 265 are offered the compliments of the season by all their relatives, dependents, and friends, who, in their turn, are treated with wine by them. When the New Year's wine has been drunk, the misser, serfs, sing some hymns or glees. At the New Year the Tibetans watch out for omens for the forthcoming year, the best of which, if one is to start soon on a journey, is to see a young woman with a child in her arms. To see flags, banners, milking of cows, persons carrying vessels filled with water or any other liquid, or timber for house building or firewood, is lucky, as is also the sight of a corpse on a bier. To meet well-dressed persons, to be greeted by friends, to hear a lucky name, are also held to be signs of good luck, but to see beggars, ragged persons, empty vessels, a person descending a hill, or carrying shoes in his hand, a saddled horse without a rider, to hear impolite or rough language, are portents of bad fortune. 31 On New Year's Day dancing beggars, or drakar, make their appearance in the streets and houses. They wear masks, usually representing a black devil, with a shaggy, white beard, with cowries for eyebrows and encircling his face, and sometimes with a coward on either cheek. They dance and crack jokes to the delight of the guests assembled in each house for the New Year's breakfast. 32 In the afternoon there is further feasting in most of the houses, and the guests, both male and female, frequently end the entertainment with a dance, shabdo. First, the women dance alone, then the men, and finally, both sexes together. 33 The New Year's festivities terminate on the third day at noon, when the monks of the Great Lama series all meet in the Kiel Kirting, or Jokang, to hear the Grand Lama expound the faith. On each succeeding day, till the 24th of the moon, they hold the Great Prayer Meeting, or Mon Lam Chinpo. 34 266 In the afternoon of the third, the Tsog Chenchulnyo of Dabung assumes the government of Lhasa for the next month and a half, previously informing the police magistrates of the fact, and henceforth all authority, even that of the Kalan, as far as the city is concerned, is vested in him alone. 35 Om Ma Ni Pa Dme Hum 267 1 I think these classes are more theoretical than real, and that these remarks are probably borrowed from some work, based on Indian notions. The idea of caste is un-Tibetan as it is un-Chinese. Rab, Rabs, means family, race, social class. Rab Kyi Rabs means upper superior class, Rab Kyi Ding, middle superior class, Rab Kyi Tama, lowest superior, Ding Kyi Rab, superior middle class, etc., etc., Wr, upward arrow 2 by subjects I fancy our author must mean serfs or tenants, Misr. Upward arrow 3 cf Juroy. Asiat. SOC, NSXXIII. Pages 228 to 230. See also Waddell, OPCIT, 553. Upward arrow 4 The information contained in this section has been compiled, our author says, from a legal work. I doubt if its rules are in practice. Bork appears to be whi, hide, to cast away, to abandon. Denyo is den, truth, and perhaps gigs, for yo, covering of. Wr, upward arrow 5 This would appear to refer to temporary marriages, Wr, upward arrow 6 So far as the Kambot are concerned, I think our author is not correct in his statement. That it may have once been as he says is highly probable, but at present it is certainly not so. Intercourse with the Chinese has, I believe, caused not only the people of eastern Tibet, but of all Tibet to adopt to a great extent their ideas concerning marriages between near relations. Wr. Upward arrow 7. Neither is it in Kamdo. See My Land of the Lamas, p. 211 ETSQQ, Wr. Upward arrow 8. I hardly imagine that our author intends to convey the idea that this is a custom of the Tibetans. Wr. Upward arrow 9. C. Waddell, OPCIT, p. 88. He says the soul extracting Lama is called Hpabo. Upward arrow 10. Cf. Land of the Lamas, p. 287, Wr. Upward arrow 11. The Tuasal, or cleansing ceremony, Krus, washed, Chsal, to pray, is performed on numerous occasions and for various purposes. I suppose that by relics, remains after cremation are here meant. Wr. Upward arrow 12. Waddell, OPCIT, 491, calls this sacrifice to the manes of the deceased Ting Shag. Upward arrow 13. Our author is not quite right here, as the Tibetans have borrowed the major part of their pharmacopoeia from China and India. Most of their medical works are purely Chinese or Indian, and I do not believe they have much more, if even so much, knowledge of surgery as the Chinese, who are terribly ignorant themselves in this art. Tibetan medicines are in high favor among the Chinese and Mongols. Wr. Upward arrow 14. This is the usual Chinese method of inoculation. Wr. Upward arrow 15. Our author was misinformed. Snakes are very rare along the western border of China, venomous ones especially. Wr. Upward arrow 16. Camel's milk must be as great a rarity in most parts of Tibet as is elephant's milk, another remedy much prized in that country. Wr. Upward arrow 17. Probably the same as the Lo Tawa, or stripped lhopas, mentioned by Lama Serap Gyatso, report on Explorer from 1856 to 1888, p. 7. This explorer distinguishes three classes of lhopas: Lho Karpo, or white lhopas, who are somewhat civilized, Lho Nagpo, or black lhopas, who are a little less civilized, and the Lho Tawa, Krapa, or uncivilized, literally modeled lhopas. Cf. also, OPCIT, pages 16, 17, and Nain Singh's remarks in Juaroi. Geographic SOC, Volume Slayai. p. 120. Upward arrow 18. Our author gives the name of this disease as Xanad. Jishka, Tib English Dict, translates this word by apoplexy, adding that, in western Tibet it seems to be used only for epilepsy. Wr. Upward arrow 19. Clonad, or Klinnadnad, meaning that the Nagas brings about the disease. Mjnad is Mdjenad. Wr. Upward arrow 20. These charmed banners are the Lungta, or airy horses, of which mention is frequently made in this work. Upward arrow 21. This remark applies equally well to all diseases in Buddhist estimation. Upward arrow 22. Jishka, Tib English Dict, calls this disease Pags Chu, skin water, sneeing Chu, heart water, Dmu Chu, dropsy, especially in the chest and belly. On the medical knowledge of the Tibetans, see Journ. Bengal Asiat. SOC, 4. Pages 1 ETSQQ, WR, Upward arrow 23. In this game, which is an invention of one of the Panchen Rinpoches, dice are thrown, by which the players get different positions in the various heavens or hells, SCD. Our author also mentions a game called Te-Pi, or Rocket, but, unfortunately, does not give any idea of the game itself. See also Report U.S. National Museum, 1893, p. 723, WR, upward arrow 24. Chinese authors say that, during the 7th and 8th moons the Tibetans, put up tents along the river banks, and men and women bathe together in the river, it being symbolical of the purification ceremonies of the 13th of the 3rd month, in China, Zhuoroi. Asiat. SOC, No XXIII, P213, WR, upward arrow 25 on the 29th day of the moon, WR, upward arrow 26. Our author mentions also the following festivals: 15th of first moon, Buddha's birthday. 15th of third moon, first preaching of the Kalachakra Tantra. 8th of fourth moon, Buddha became a mendicant. 15th of fourth moon, Buddha's nirvana. 5th of fifth moon, feast of God of medicine. 4th of sixth moon, Buddha's first sermon. 10th of seventh moon, birth of Padma Chayung Nas, Padma Sambhava. 15th of seventh moon, the snowy mountains are worshipped. 25th of 10th moon, birth of Tsongkhapa. Cf. Waddell, OPCIT, 502 ETSQQ. Upward arrow 27, known in southern Buddhist countries as Varsha or Barsat. Yar is Dbr, usually pronounced Shyar, summer, and Nas, abode. I do not believe the practice is generally observed. Cf. Waddell, OPCIT, 224, and Supra, WR, upward arrow 28 CP 114. On the New Year festivities, see Waddell, OPCIT, 518. Upward arrow 29. I have witnessed a number of these kurim, or guilt offering ceremonies, but none of such magnitude as the one held at Lhasa. See, for a picture of this procession at Lhasa, Georgie, Alf. Tibet, P212, WR, upward arrow 30. Toma is Droma, or Doma, the root of the potentilla onsrina, and called Kuma in eastern and northeastern Tibet. It is mealy, and tastes like a bean rather than a potato. It is about 1½ inches long, WR, upward arrow 31. All these omens of good and bad luck are of equal importance at any time of the year, WR, upward arrow 32. I have seen these mummers in northeastern Tibet. See Land of the Lamas, P246, WR, upward arrow 33. On the second day of the new year, all the inhabitants gather together to witness a feat performed by two men, each of whom in turn mounts on a wooden saddle and slides down a strong rope fastened from the fort walls to a post buried about 9 feet in the ground. Report on the explorations of AK, P33. Cf. Zhuoroi. Asiat. SOC, NS, XXIII. P209, and report on Lama UG's exploration, P32, where we learn that on the second day of the new year the Nation Chosjiang prophesies the events of the year beginning. See also Huck, Souvenirs d'un Voyage, 2. 375 ETSQQ. Upward arrow 34. The Mon Lamchenpo was instituted by Tsongkhapa in 1407. Xoma, Tibgram, 187. Upward arrow 35. Cf. Lama Uchien Gyatso's account of the Shulnyo's rule in Report on Explorer from 1856 to 1888, p. 32. Also AK, OPCIT, p. 33, and Huck, OPCIT, 2. 380. He calls this rule of the Shulnyo, the Lhasa Maro, but he says it only lasts 6 days, but all other authorities agree in saying that the rule of the city is turned over to the Dabung Lama for a month, WR, upward arrow. Contents Index. Absolution to deceased official, 106. Acharya Ami, his Svarasvat Vyakarana, 112. Ilurus Akrasurs in Sikkim, 2. Allowance, for officials traveling, 51, 52, to monks, 79. Almanac, preparation of, 113. Altan Khan, first uses the name Dalai Lama, 172. Altars in front of houses in Lhasa, 148. Amban, the senior and junior, 48, trouble of junior with Tibetan authorities, 48, 50-52, inspections by, 50, expenses for, 51, in procession, 61, goes to Lhasa, 63, his power in Tibet, 178, exact ions of, 179, his salary, 180, disliked by Tibetans, 181, author meets him on road, 236. Amchi, or physician, 41, 55, at Samdingamba, 131, Lamo dancers, 217. Amdo, province of, 64, 156, 196. Amalankha, a sacred rock, 152. Ani, or nun, 25, 29, meaning concubine, 48. Animals, not allowed to be killed, 43, 76, 83. Antelope, in Sikkim, 2. Apricots, 7, dried, 139. Aprons of women, 157. Archery, 202, 260. Arms, of soldiers, 180. Army, force of, 180, how recruited, 180. Arun Valley, inhabitants of, 3, river, 38, 39, 42, source of river, 242, upper course, 243. Sichechu. Aspergil, used in religious ceremonies, 137. Asses, wild, 42, 244. Astrologer making almanac, 113, at funerals, 252, 253. Atisha, died at Nethang, 145, at Samai, 222. Atan Law, 238. Bachelor of Theology, 91. Bad Luck, Signs of, 265. Balpo, or Nepalese, 68. Bangle worn by women, reason for, 157. Banyi Shag, residents of Fala, 85, 149, 150, 161. Banquet, to Tibetan general, 81, 82. Bharat, feast thus called, 59. Bardo, period between death and regeneration, 140, 255. Bardon, a district of Khams, 197. Barley, near Lhasa, 145. Bathing, house, 102, after summer retirement, 214. Bears, 2, 14. Beehives, 15. Beggars, at Shigatse, 47, alms distributed to, 64, 68, 106, at Lhasa, 156, dancing, 265. Be'er, temple of, 224. Bellows, 30. Balung, hamlet of, 74. Bhutan. See Dugpa. Birthplace of Tibetans, 229. Black Court of Lhasa, 174. Blackwater Mysteries of Bonbo, 206. Blessing, 57, 95, 109. Boats, of Skin, 140, 143. Bogdo La, 16, 18. Bonbo Sect, 205, Their Deities, 205, High Priest, 206, Mysteries, 206, Lamas, 207, 208, Moral Rules Governing Them, 208, Tenets of Their Faith, 215. 268 books, at Jianse, 88, 90, 94, arsenical paper used for, 111, search for Sanskrit ones, 112, on Lama dances, 118, written by Panchen Lama, 120, owned by the Dorje Phagmo, 138, of Bonbo at Rijil Sendar, 206, at Phuntsholing, 209, at Sakya, 210, copied by Ug at Shendar, 215, at Samai, 222, 225, at Sakya, 241. Bora, The Shape, 60, 61. Bragayan Pagamba. See Regianpai Monastery. Bribery of Chinese officials, 52. Bridge, Bamboo, 1, over the Rumam, 2, over the Kalai, 6, over Rigbai, 8, 14, over Yalung, 21, over Yamatari, 23, over Yangma, 29, at Tashirabka, 37, over Niangchu, 84, of chains over Tsungpo, 143, over Tiichu, 145, over Tongchu, 204, over Tsungpo, 228. Brigands, 72, 129. Broadcloth, superior quality made at Pishimanilhak Hang, 73, of Tasnam Giling, 218. Broth, Tibetan, 48, 72. Santang, Plateau of, 233, Lhakang, 233. Buckwheat, 32, 144, 145. Buffaloes, 7. Birchutsan, Springs, 204. Burnt offerings, 203. Butchering, Tibetan usages, 41. Cabbages, 83. Calcutta, goods in Tibet, 68, goods in Jianse, 85. Camels, winter pasturage of Panchen Lamas, 72. Campbell, Dr., badly treated, 193. Kang, punishment of the, 186. Cardamom, 1, 2, 6. Catechu, used by women to smear faces, 157, origin of custom, 157. Cavalry, how recruited, 180. Cedar trees, 21. Cemetery, at Shigatse, 65, at Jianse, 87, of Lhasa, 163. Censer carrier of Dalai Lama, 167. Chabug La, 39. Chagparai, Mount, 145, 195, 196. Shagri, hamlet of, 237. Cheney, village of, 29. Chamdang bird, 20. Chandra Gomi, his Chandra Vyakarana found, 112. Chang, national drink of Tibet. 8. Its preparation. 23. Drinking. 24. 70. 112. Changtang, plain of North Tibet. 52. 53. Pilgrims from, at Jianse. 89. Travelers from, 119. Lamas from, 205. 207. Chani, village of, 39. Changekeling Monastery, 7. Charcoal, used as fuel in houses, 60. Charity, 64, 255. Chasig, or Chancellor, 173. Che, or Chi, Chu, the Arun River, 42, 244. Cheese, dried, 48. Shari, slaughterhouse of Lhasa, 146. Chess, game of, 260. Chethang. Si Tsetang. Chiakri. Si Shagri. Chai Blung, village of, 210, valley, 243. Chimphug, 222, 223. Chinkoling, hamlet of, 234. Chinese, at Shigatse, 48, harsh treatment of Tibetans, 51, 8 Tibetans against Sikhs, 53, arrogance of, at Shigatse, 55, 63, in procession, 60, cemetery at Shigatse, 65, in Jianse, 85, 86, cemetery at Jianse, 87, in Lhasa, 148, 150, political relations with Tibet, 178, 192, 193, 194, Chinese at Samai, 222, at Tsetang, 230. Katishio Zhang. Si Kitshore. Cho, village of, 235. Choigil Raptan, ruler of Niang, 87, books about him, 88, his statue, 89. Choi Kirtset. Si Chongkir Monastery. Choi Lung Monastery, 87. Cho Kenchanjinga, 21, 23. Choma, an edible root, 125. Como Kankar Mountain, 20, 242. Kongduko Glamazari, 234. Chongkir Monastery, 217. Chongla. Si Shong La Kanjam, on the Ringbai, 14. Chopsticks, used by Tibetans, 82. Chorka, part of Dobtajong, 244. Chorten, 3, 7, 30, 32, at Tashil Hunpo, 45, at Jianse, 88, Great Ones in Tibet, 9, at Potala, 168, of Bonbo, 206, at Samai, 222, at Zhang, 227, made of human ashes, 257. Chorten Gang, 3. Chorten Numa River, 40. 269 Chosthar Gilfo Dang. Sifo Dang Zhang. Choskya, in Kongpo, 161. Choskherl Hunpo Monastery, 242. Chulongkyok. Si Chumbok La Chumbok La, 17, 18, 19. Chumbai, 73, traders from, at Shigatse, 104. Kumig Gang, hamlet of, 145. Kumol Ri, 87. Chung, a name of Limbus, 3. Chung Rivaka, 143. Chunyurma Mountain, 21, 22. Chusho, village of, 242. Chushu, brook, 242. Chushuiljong, 144. Chutta, village of, 43. Chutta Chiangma, village of, 72. Chiaptam Lama, tells a rich man how to escape evil birth, 64. Chiagdi Sopa, or treasurer, 80, 94, 95. Chiag Na Dorhi, the god, 153, miracle working image of, 153. Chiag Tsal Gang, place of prayer meeting, 198, 199. Chiamba, the future Buddha, 152. Chiangchu, village of, 70, 102, 124, 125. Chiangchubgulam, 33. Chiangjob, household officer of Panchen Lama, 55. Chiazul Hakang, sanctuary, 234. Chiaikyub Kanpo, or prime minister, 173. Chiailan Hutukto, sea minister. Chiang Sang, a name given the Kalan, 174. Chiugpo Mepang family, 39. Chiugpushang, plateau of, 72. Circumambulating, 78, 88, by Bonbo, 206, 211. Club dance, 210. Coin, debased, forced circulation of, 48, exchange of Indian coin for Tibetan, 49. Complementary address, 31, 32, 68, 264. Conch shell, 242. Contracts, how prepared, 190. Corpse thrown into Lake Tumo, 139, 140, fed to vultures and dogs, 164, to pigs, 169, how disposed of by Bonbo, 208, of Panchen Lama, 214, of children, how disposed of, 220, stone on which cut up, 232, 254, how treated on death, 252, releasing the spirit, 252, corpses of pregnant and barren women, 255, of lepers, 256, of incarnate lamas, 256, burning of corpses, 256, disposal of ashes, 257. Cotton, 2. Courier service, 177, 185. Corvées, 182, 183, 184. Courts, of Lhasa, 174. Cranes, seen on Niangchu, 72, 83, 125. Cushions, 70. Custom dues, 30, 31, 184. Daba and Gonpo, blue clay, 28. Dablung, village of, 140. Dabung Monastery, 146, by whom founded, 171, judicial power of abbot, 177, revenues of, 182, annual rule of Dabung monks over Lhasa, 266. Dacoity, penalty for, 186, ordeal for proving, 189. Dapon, or general, 51, 70, 80, of Jianse, 86, where stationed, 180, social rank of, 246. Dalai Lama, collection of hymns by, 63, picture of the first receiving throne of Tibet, 79, ordination of, 104, enthronement of, 104, palace of father of, 147, mode of selecting, 159 to 161, discovery of latest incarnation, 161, audience of, 165, description of, 167, audience hall of 5th Dalai Lama, 169, his position in Buddhist church, 170, incarnation of Shenrezig, 171, first one, 171, successors, 172, become sovereigns of Tibet, 172, origin of name, 172, majority at 18, 173, his throne. At Samai, 222, his kitchen, 262, mode of preparing food for, 262, New Year's levee, 264. Damare, or grove in a swamp, 149. Dance by Tibetan girl, 108, by professionals, 217, 262, 265, on New Year's Day, 263, 265. See also Lama. Deotarj, village of, 76. Darkandu, the town of, 156. See also Tachi En Lu. Darkhungjiang, 75. See also Tujingjang. Darding Surgo Tamo Temple, 206. Darjeeling, 1, Tibetan pottery sold at, 66, railway a danger for Chinese trade, 193, return to, 245. Daru, near Lhasa, 146. 270 dates, dried, 101. Dayan Khan, 172. Dayan Kanpo, feared his spirit might exercise evil influence, 161, expelled by Sakya Panchen, 240, 241. Death, Lord of, weighing men's acts, 93, his image, etc., in commemoration ceremony, 203, spirit after, 252, period before rebirth, 255. Diba, or chief, 70. Dibashika, 70, 102, 123, 124, 201. Dichen Fodang, of Tashil Hunpo, 60. Dichen Fug, haunted cave, 13. Dichen Ralpa Monastery, 21, 22. Deshan, village of, 221. Deceiving death, ceremony of, 134, life, ceremony of, 134. Deki Rabdan, village of, 70. Demalung. Si Tamalung. Densadal, monastery of, 226, its founder, 227. Deodar tree, 23, 29. Difu, village of, 140. Desi, or regent, 172, 246. Devil, burnt in effigy, 118. Diwan, X, of Sikkim, his influence in Tibet, 192, 193. Jhunkata Valley, 20. Huramdian, Valley of, 3. Dibadongtse, Castle of, 98. Dice used for divination, 134, Game of, 260. Dingnaga, Meadow of, 235. Dingpon, or Lieutenant, 86. Dai Pankara Buddha, 152, Feast in his honor, 199. Divination, modes used for selecting incarnate lamas, 159. Divorce, 250, 251. Jerry Tang, 29. Zhang, or prefectural town, 177, DSO, or prefectural storehouse, 177, Shi, or prefectural lands, 177, accounts, 182. Jimkar, village of, 143. Zhongnur, or subprefect, 51, 176, their number, 182. Zhongpan, or prefect, 51, of Fagri, 73, appeals against to Lhasa, 174, their duties, 176, 177, their number, 176, 182, their salaries, 177, 182, social rank of, 246. Du, village of, 226. Doke, ingot of silver, equivalent terms for, 51, 183. Du La, 29. Dobtajong, 210, 244, Lachin La, 203.